Right. Hello, everybody. I am Technovoid back once again. We're back with a very, very special game today. We're here with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Um, I don't want to say a history with this game. I mean, I obviously have a history in that, I played the original and I'm a big fan. But one of the things, and I'll get into it. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? One of the things about the original that I think it was either right before I got when was it? Was I streaming yet? I definitely wasn't streaming. I don't remember. I must have been doing YouTube videos at that point. What year did it come out? I'm not sure. Regardless, it was either like right before I started making videos or I was making videos already or something. And I was like, I played this game and I was just like, man, I wish I had recorded it. Like this would have been the perfect game to record. I mean, this is like right up my alley. This kind of game, but alas, I didn't, and it's the kind of game you can't really play twice. They uh they revealed Ultra Deluxe, and I was like, okay, so it's like an updated version, like updated graphics for folks. I didn't realize that there was going to be that much more content. I figured probably not enough content, but it took a while to release. Eventually, it came out, and it kind of flew under my radar, despite being a big fan, because I'm like, it's a port, which doesn't actually make sense because the original is also on Steam. But I was like, it's probably just an updated version for people who want to play the game. I recently have learned that apparently no, it has like a fair bit more content, and so like I could very potentially re-get the experience of Stanley Parable tonight. And I'm really excited about that because I get to do it on stream. Enter the current time. It is 7. No. Sure, we'll just say it's 7:41. Oh shit, is it? I'm gonna do like this. All right. Here we go. I'm excited. I know some of it you have to redo and stuff, but that's okay. Oh boy. Okay, well, I don't know how this sounds, but hopefully it's not too loud. Alright, let's quick look at settings. I doubt we'll have any issues. Audio, might need to turn that down, all things considered. It's kind of loud in my ear, but we'll say it's probably okay and get into it. Oh, I'm so excited. I love this game so much.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Almost.
Stanley was happy.
That's nice. It'd be cool to be happy, probably.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
Was it the broom closet
Something he would
ending?
never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
It's pretty crazy.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Did he? Alright, I'm gonna turn the audio down a bit. It seems like it's potentially a bit loud. Ooh, okay. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think it feels smoother.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It does feel more slippery, and I like it.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
Yes.
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Bro, I'm so far ahead of you.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing.
I miss this game so much.
Pause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Almost certainly. Good old achievement hunting. Man, if only he didn't steal money from charity, the completionist could have done this.
This achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort.
That's fair.
Hustle, Stanley.
That's
I
valid.
want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
I'm into it. Let's do it.
Ooh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
On it, dude. Anything for you, Mr. Narrator. I don't even remember where that is. There it is.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
That's valid. That's valid. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Now, back to door number
I have
437.
Driving all day.
That's crazy. I'll stream in here.
The ice is setting in.
The
Is
ice.
happening.
The ice is setting in. That's crazy. How have you been otherwise?
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't
I've
know,
been okay.
the copy machine.
Machine.
All
got
right,
a
back
text,
to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're
Exactly
getting
1
somewhere.
hour ago, where some of the people in the theater group I'm a part of said, "Hey, are you going to be at the meeting?" And I was like, "Which one?" And I was like, "The one they started 33 minutes ago."
Very good.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
They were talking about the meeting the day I was switching phones, and so I guess those notifications got lost in the transition.
Oh. How do I climb on
I
this
just
guy's
completely
desk?
was not aware of it.
How do I climb on this guy's desk?
Yes,
There it is.
This is
Woohoo!
great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up.
Let
Go
me-
give me a few clicks on
get
door
on Twitch.
416.
And
We've almost
Why
got
don't you
it.
play the
Now
Stanley
the
Parable
copy
Ultra
machine,
Deluxe?
do that one again.
Yeah, I have a kind of a history with this game where I really, really wished I had recorded my playthrough of it originally, but it's not the kind of game you can replay. And so it's like, it flew under my radar that there was, like, much new content in this version.
I mean, I wasn't interested in playing it for that reason.
Yeah, but apparently there's, like, a fair bit of new content. I don't remember what the narrator just said. Where am I supposed to go? I wasn't paying attention. Where do I go for my achievement?
I think when I was probably 10
Finish it
or
off,
11,
Stanley. 5
I
clicks
was on
on
a
door
kick.
430.
that
You're on a kick? Of what sort?
I was on a kick of watching everybody on Earth play the Stanley Parable.
Yeah.
I watched like 20 playthroughs of this game to the point where I was like, I shouldn't play the game. I've seen everything.
It's fantastic. I love it. I'm streaming in the call so you could like keep up to date instead of be 15 seconds behind. That being said, I don't
Yeah,
actually know how
I'm
the
on it.
audio sounds.
Oh, do you want me to listen to the stream audio real quick?
We did it.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That felt amazing.
I don't know if the audio is too loud.
Oh, you really earned it, Stanley.
I'll be right back.
Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think,
Me too.
only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little
Hey,
clicks.
we did it, man.
Really now? What were you thinking?
Nah, we got it. We got the achievement. You and me, narrator. We're the best around.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his
Balance
left.
on
This
your
was
voice
not
versus
the correct
narrator's
way to the
pretty good.
meeting room.
It is?
Stanley
Cool.
knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Absolutely. So what? So you haven't ever played it?
I've never personally played the game. My dad loved it when I was a kid, so I remember watching him play
truly
it.
a
Okay.
room worth admiring.
And then I
It
watched a
had
bunch of
really
other
been
people
worth the
also play it.
detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this.
Do you remember what the very first ending he ever went for was?
Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
The ending I remember the most is the broom closet ending.
Well, that one's my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
I think my very first ending was
Really worth it
the
here in
countdown,
room.
and then my second one was
So
Minecraft.
utterly captivating that even
I
though
remember the
all your
Minecraft one.
coworkers have mysteriously
Should we go for
I was
that?
like, are they even allowed to do that?
Really worth it. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Let's do Minecraft.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've...
I regretted so much not recording it the first time. I was just so happy that I could do this now.
Trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Is there?
Someone you've... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are
Yes.
you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something
believe him.
beautiful.
No?
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
That's not a helpful warning.
Danger. Should I give him a chance?
No.
Okay.
What has this motherfucker ever done for you? He's berated you. He's ordered you around. He's killed you. He's narrated your life.
That's true. He's done all those things.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, I don't think I did.
Wow, you're just going to be as obstinate
Perhaps
as
you
possible.
misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
I'm good, actually.
Uh-huh.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken
DM
rooms,
moment.
exposed...
Right? For
Is this
sure.
what you'd wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I wrote?
Was it
out
worth ruining the
specifically
entire
for
story
you?
I had written out specifically for
I put
you?
a lot of time into that because I did. And in
God,
the
I
end,
feel
it was
so
all
bad
for
now. He
nothing,
is the
because
GM.
This is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires.
is just
of
me.
yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
It would have been
Work
cool.
with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Is this
There we
baby
go.
game
A
time?
third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
Now
Go
take the
ahead,
original
Stanley.
option.
Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Some real critical feedback, huh? Well, I felt there were maybe not enough NPCs in this version, so I'm gonna go ahead and...
Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know?
I love
Any
getting a
level
3
of
out of
critical
5.
thinking or engagement with your surroundings. Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes?
Fucking, I missed him so much.
Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough,
Hearing the
I
narrator
compiled a
talk to me
progression.
again after all these years is like
I
coming
think I've
home.
knocked it out of the park with this one.
He feels like a
Let's take
parent to
look.
me.
He really does. The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard? Hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Good old Neil.
Is it this
Now,
game or
would
Gmod
you
that has
say
an
that
achievement for not
competitive
playing for 5
leaderboard
years?
helped you
This
feel
game, it's 10
motivated to
years.
keep walking through doors?
10
I
years.
think.
Again, honest answers, please.
Honestly, the leaderboard, I will say that improved it a little bit.
Hey,
Really?
I forgot. I've got a prototype
No, I
of
think
the
it
new
made the
game
work-
I've been
I think
working
it
on,
made it
and
worse.
now would be a lovely opportunity
Very
to give it some
stressful.
play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Oh, no, I'd be happy to.
Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You
I love
click the
this game.
button to move him back.
Have you ever seen what happens if you fucking play it for like 5 hours?
It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium
No.
of endlessly
There is
No,
there
I don't remember.
family life.
You
There-
can beat it?
yes.
The art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Yeah, if you play this shit,
my god.
if you play this shit for 4 hours, like you go to Nirvana.
I think that noise has already driven me insane.
You heartless
That could be the whole stream. You
True.
could just
That's 4 hours.
That could have been the ending.
Both. I hate babies and I wanted to spite you.
Out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over.
Oh.
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey,
You may
since my
not
game was
give
so
up.
awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Hell yeah.
Minecraft?
See. What do we have
Minecraft?
here?
Minecraft?
I would go crazy. Can we please play Minecraft?
Let's do it.
Yes.
I'm not sure Minecraft's in this version because, like, I don't know if they have the rights anymore.
What if they do Fortnite this time? Oh, it's Firewatch.
It's Firewatch.
What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory?
I don't know. I haven't played it.
What's our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic.
That does track.
Bro, what the
Yes,
fuck?
that must be.
That's
it.
not what
What a
Firewatch is about.
fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley, and it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I heard the Minecraft door open sound. They kept this Minecraft door sound effect.
Isn't that just the same sound effect they use in this game?
Oh, is it?
I think so.
I did not know this.
Oh, no, it can't be.
That's too many options.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No!
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
I get that.
We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Portal or probably something new. Is this Rocket League?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I...
This is Rocket League.
Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
Hell yeah.
Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Don't ever say that to a player. They will find a way.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley,
True.
I think it's sports
Oh,
ball.
I love sports
What
ball.
fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Yes.
Is it better
Yes.
than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Stanley,
Yeah,
I
way
am a
better.
sport, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal,
Oh
then
yes.
surely multiple balls
Yes!
will an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes. Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
Oh, oh, this is heaven.
Are you enjoying this?
Yes.
Are you having fun?
Yes.
Is this a real video game?
Uh-huh.
Well, I sure hope
Yeah.
you're having a good time, because guess what?
No!
It's over.
Aw.
Right, your little fun comes to an end.
That's
This
valid.
is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley.
Oh, true GM
Besides,
moment.
You need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley.
Oh,
I'm
bye.
leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best.
Thank you for recognizing
Take
that.
care, Stanley.
Bye. I guess I live in Rocket League now.
How does it feel?
Honestly, having the fucking time of my life.
Could you survive 100 days in Rocket League?
Could I? Probably not. I don't think there's any food here.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Oh shit! Oh shit! What?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Hey, I thought you
How
left.
was he getting further away if you weren't moving? Oh, you're going even deeper.
Bro thinks he's got my best interests at heart. He doesn't know that this is exactly what I crave. Is the fucking Stanley Parable backrooms.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Yippee!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What do we go for next?
What happens
When
if you just
Stanley
listen
came
to
to a
exactly
set of
everything
two
he
open
says?
doors,
Is that
he
boring?
entered the door
You get
and-
freedom ending.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
I'm very blurry on the details of this game at this
This
point.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I know what to go
Perhaps he
for.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nah, I'm good.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in
I
someone else
genuinely
can be
wonder if you're gonna
difficult,
remember
but the
this one.
fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
Okay.
Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Stanley's love
This
interest.
is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone?
Mm-hmm.
No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in.
That's bullshit. We
fades
both know
away,
that's not how it goes.
Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. Why have I not noticed it sooner?
Because you're dumb.
You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Thank you.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example,
Is
in
choice
this
the best part
scenario,
of being
a
alive? It
hypothetical
might be.
real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a
Rupert.
machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend
Cricket
years
into
of hard
burger.
work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the
Can you
real
forget
world
things
makes
on
sense,
purpose?
and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense,
41
in all
minus 58
likelihood,
does not
that
equal
person
2.
is not real. Allow the person to
This
finish
is
their
not
thought,
real.
then provide an excuse
Next
why
time
you
someone says
cannot
something
continue
stupid, I'm
talking.
just gonna remember
Turn
he's
to a
not real.
partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
My goodness. Is it 4:30?
Excellent.
Oh.
Making choices on a
You
regular
needed to say
basis
that faster,
is the
Yeah.
not
best
real.
part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant.
Hell yeah.
And the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you.
That's
in
not how the
exercise,
original video
tips,
goes. In the
and
original video, the
reinforced
choice is
material
different. It's
covered
about,
in
like,
this video.
killing children or something. Setting children on fire, I think.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun
I guess
to
they decided this game
deteriorate
went a little
as
heavy on
result
that
of
theme.
negative
Perhaps.
contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been.
Okay.
This way, please.
Alright, that sounds good. I'll do that.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all.
Would never
We
be
just
me.
need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Caution. Do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What should I do, Vlinks? You're a real human. You would know what a real human would do in this scenario.
I forgot you're not real. So they said do exactly what Stanley would do.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm putting myself in Stanley's shoes.
Yeah. Those are
There's
probably
a
a bit
voice from
big.
God. There's a voice from God in a bizarre time.
Yeah.
Everybody who I know has disappeared, and
Yeah.
I think, well, okay, important question. Does Stanley, like, remember the prior moment?
The prior moment?
As in, like, everything up to the lecture?
Well, no, that's
he
not
there for
Stanley.
that?
I'm a real
Because that was
person.
for us.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
we're the real person now. We have to make a decision. But
I
we have to
think-
make the right decision. The right
I
decision. That means we go to the right, doesn't it? 'Cause
Yeah,
it's the right
okay,
decision.
okay. Yeah, we figured this out.
Yeah.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly.
Oh,
hurry
okay,
back
I
in
think
the
this was
other
wrong.
direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
All right, let's fix that. Okay, everything seems to be fine. Oh.
It's ruined. I can't believe after everything we talked
okay.
about, my story, you've destroyed my
It's
work.
okay.
Why? For
okay.
what?
It's okay.
What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so
Dude,
much
there's a
garbage?
jur everywhere.
It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down?
Then you should
entirely?
kill
To willingly
yourself
destroy
now.
all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Thinking about the narrator as the GM actually has me, like, so feeling his pain.
He always is. The game developer is the GM.
The game developer is Doug's brother.
I'm here.
Oh yeah, I guess he
I'm still here.
himself.
Here in
Yeah.
this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever.
I am.
Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
That's too bad.
It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
Damn!
Oh. My story.
If there's a voice, if like weird crazy shit happens to me and I hear a voice, I'm not listening to that voice. I've probably gone nuts.
Facility, you would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We should probably go on the left one this time.
Yeah.
The right one kind of broke everything.
Yeah. I think if I'm a reasonable person, I'd probably do that. Wait. Go back. So you took the door on your left, like, for the first split, but you didn't take the immediate next door on your left. And the narrator told us to do that. So, yeah. So 413, I guess, is the next door on your left.
Can't go in there.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah,
I don't know
so-
what a reasonable person would do anymore.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Everyone is unique. You most of all.
Get it? Because they said that to whoever.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
This is going great.
Mm-hmm.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it.
True.
Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out.
All right.
Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from
I am the
within
most
himself
expensive
the courage
boss.
to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. I said Night Shark 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Night.
Oh, I forgot to plug in my mic.
He spoke it
Wait.
into the receiver right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. Ah, that's too bad.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Bro, you forgot to put voice activation in your game.
Okay, fine. You're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right.
I
You
did.
could have done
That didn't
whatever
work.
the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley
Cut
came
him
to a
off.
set of two open doors, he entered
Whoa.
on his left.
Oh my gosh.
Stanley? Hello?
Hey, Stanley.
Is everything okay?
I don't think he's alright.
Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
He sounds so sad.
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know.
Bro, this is so
I
sad.
need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice.
Sorry, Leroy.
All right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Do you think Stanley's face is based on anybody?
Me.
Oh, nice.
He looks a lot like me.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
I
he
have
had
as many
simply
eyes
missed
as
a memo.
Stanley has.
Honestly, that's crazy. I'm not sure if I
Did
do.
you
I
ever
haven't
notice
counted.
that about me? Anytime you've seen my face, you were like, shit.
Hey, I think I found some new content.
Wait, seriously?
I think so. Maybe. Unless the door is lying.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
What does that mean, new content?
It means this is the thing that you'll find that finally makes you content.
Oh, that's awesome.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may
That's
know,
Doug
the
Doug.
Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting
More
audiences
game?
the world over.
I love game.
More game.
We're going
Please
into
step
we're
inside
going into
and
new
see what
content. Let's
thrilling
go.
new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
I'm so ready.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Me too.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet.
Yeah,
but
they
I'm
got these in the
sure
base
it's just
game.
the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or oh,
No, there we go.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me
Oh,
the
hell yeah.
content, Stanley.
Hell yeah. Let's give him the content.
All right, let's see. It's the jump
The
circle?
jump circle.
Yeah,
Can I jump?
you can stand in there and jump as many times as you want. I've heard about this.
I think I can jump 36 times.
No, you can do 35 as well,
Oh, this is awesome.
or even 34, or like 12 if you really want to spice it up.
Oh, I love the jump circle. This is great. Doing burpees. What happens if I jump out of the circle? That's crazy.
What if you were to jump into the circle?
I don't think I can. That's not going to work. How should I do my final jump? I only got one jump remaining. I feel like I got to make this
360?
one count.
360.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Oh, well,
You fucked it up, dude. You ran out of HP.
I'm out of jumps. That's all right. That was good new
You never
content.
jumped again.
Is that it? Surely that's not
That's all the new content.
There has to be something else, right?
Surely. This
I'm
is-
satisfied. That was fucking thrilling.
Yeah.
I'm weeping. I'm sweating. That game
Oh,
changed me as a person.
Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
Bro, you
It's
just hate video
elevators
games.
and jumping. Is this what passes
Imagine
for
hating fun as
exciting
much as
new
this guy does.
content? If this is new
Yes.
content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary.
Oh, let's do that!
Content right there.
Oh,
Hell,
wait,
I could
wait.
counter 30 trillion.
Ooh!
Bet on the box.
That would be
There
awesome.
was
Stanley
something
Parable
that
Ultra
this new
Deluxe,
content was
now
missing.
with over 1,000 hours of new
I got a
content.
little
And
bored because
oh,
like
wait.
there wasn't Family Guy playing in the background.
Oh, true.
Yes. I knew
That's what
there
I
had to be
need.
Something else.
I want the narrator to read a dictionary to
What
me.
it is.
Imagine how he would say, like, aardvark.
Oh, fuck.
Thank you for enjoying the new
That's it?
content.
Oh, you've got to be
That's it.
kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar.
You guys
And
didn't
don't
rush
get me
it.
started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking
9
right
years,
now at the
game,
game's achievements,
rushed.
and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore."
Oh, we're gonna have to get that
Do you
one.
get it for this?
Department signed off on this. I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people and hold them personally accountable.
Let's get him.
It's my fault, Stanley.
There's no Twitter
I built up
anymore.
too much
We live in a
anticipation
post-Twitter
around the new
universe.
Content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about? No frills, no gimmicks.
No, I like frills and
Just
gimmicks.
you and me having a great time.
Okay, that
together
does
like
sound pretty good,
always.
though.
What do you say, friend?
Sure, let's do it. That's some pretty good new content. Back to the game. Oh, this is not the game.
The fuck?
I think there's more new content.
No, we saw it.
Psst. Stanley,
Hey, what's up?
come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
It's pretty sussy, dude. Let's do it. Oh, it's a cup. I love cups.
And a screwdriver. I love screwdrivers.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be?
Yes.
It got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special, and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oh, I'm excited. Oh, this looks badass. Yo!
Skyrim?
Yo! Wait, he's a gamer. Let's go.
The memory zone.
Wait, this is
It's where
Pog.
I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Oh, hell yeah, bro.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity.
God, he's
Back
so
then,
right.
It all meant something.
He's so right, though.
True. The games meant something in 2013, and they don't mean anything now.
The British Academy of Film and Television Arts Stanley Parable. True.
I won the Stanley Parable Award for being the Stanley Parable. No game had ever done that before.
Truly a smile because it happens. Oh, they got the disc for the music too. The first dollar bill it ever made. Stanley Parable demonstration. Oh, this is great. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years.
How do you get unachievable?
I think you have to go into debug mode.
Nice.
New video game releasing today. Creator surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. Colleges show uneven effort to enroll poor. Costs hinder new tack to achieve diversity. 50% off designer hat, but a small creature owns the other half. Business leaders pushing election of council allies. Late edition today.
A
But
small creature.
oh, there's the Stanley dies in the one where he goes down the stairs. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. It's a lot of fun, Narrator. I'm glad you made this. It's super cool. It's so nice over there. You even got a piano, a picture. This is a fair. Oh, in loving memory, little Stanley.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley
Elias,
Parable
is that you?
strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3.
It was Persona
all of them.
3.
And now, it's nothing. It's no games
I
at
really
all.
didn't expect Persona
It
to
isn't
come up
even a
tonight.
Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
It's okay, man. This is a really nice place. I like to visit this. The original remake. What's down here? Memory zone maintenance. That's fair. Oh, the two doors, the famous choice. Person of the year.
Blurface Stanley.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game.
That's awesome.
9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
I mean, 9 is not
It
perfect.
didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Yeah, maybe he's got a point.
No, all games need regular content updates to be good.
The Serious Room, 2013. You know what Stanley Parable I think was really missing? A battle pass.
Yeah. I think I agree.
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
I
What's
thought you
this?
built
What's down
it.
here?
Brother, you built it. You don't remember building this?
That's so strange.
Oh,
How can
no.
you forget part of it?
God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam.
Oh, no!
Online video game.
No!
Media. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's being collected down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well.
Surely, right?
Yeah, everybody unanimously loved the
Yeah.
Stanley Parable at
Sure.
all
Surely
points.
nobody in Steam reviews is ever like, there's not enough sex in this puzzle game. People literally just do videos of this on YouTube now of just reading shitty reviews of games.
The puzzle game in question is like Unipop. Like, how much more sex did you want in it?
No, there was like a review of like some indie game that I saw, or I didn't see it, I heard about it. It was like someone was mad that you couldn't rizz up and have sex with the like the one NPC in the game, and it was like an hour-long art game or something.
Sorry.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and
Why would you say that?
with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny.
That's messed up.
Trying to be funny? I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights.
I love the idea that he was never trying to be funny this whole time.
It's just how he is.
I guess consciously he isn't trying to be, so they're right.
God, what other Steam reviews are there? I can't read that. Uh-oh.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
No,
You can tell me if
Never.
I'm preachy. Honestly, you can.
you're not.
Oh, goodness.
You are a little
It's
bit
actually
preachy.
quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with.
I
I
agree.
don't know how much fluff I cut from the game.
Bro, I don't
to
even
feel
fucking know
as
what terse
vital
means.
areas it- well, I always thought it did.
I think that's what you drive dead people around in.
What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like
No!
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remember.
It was. It was. Don't listen to these people. They don't know what they're talking about.
The thing that's always been the most frustrating about the Stanley Parable to me is I never found where the bulls were.
The bulls?
Yeah, the pair of them.
Oh yeah. You that's in one of the other endings.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
What's this one got to say?
Give
You
it-
constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening.
Oh.
I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
No.
Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
I don't want a skip button. I like you.
No, but you see,
And
your
here
game
it
has to
is.
make
Go
everybody
ahead and give
happy.
it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it.
Are you just not
It's
gonna
what
press it
customers
at
have been
all?
asking for.
Why
And
would I
I'm
do
very
that?
proud
That'd
to
be so
include it.
mean.
No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable.
He's
is
gonna
a
talk
game
for
the
so
people.
long.
And if the people want silence,
'Cause
then
he's
by
trying to be
goodness,
shut up.
That's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up.
No.
Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably
that's a
all
good
until
point.
the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah.
Everything
blah,
all at
blah,
once.
blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much, and it can't be just yet. No, until
245. I love that one.
Logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture.
Okay, maybe he
It
just wants
went
us to
on for
test it,
nearly
right?
10,000 years, until just
I think he
yesterday,
does,
here
but
and
you can
there,
prove him
forward and
wrong.
back, and never a moment
I love him. I would listen to him I would listen to him read a fucking
Only thing
dictionary.
is, how many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you.
Surely he has a limited number of dialogue, right?
Until inevitably, we all until the end
I
of time.
bet
at
he
which time
does, but he
everything
probably
all at
loops
once.
to try and
So,
get you to
now
stop.
see, blah, 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 blah,
Yeah.
I might be
blah,
trying to
blah,
psych
blah,
the game
blah,
out too
blah,
much.
blah, blah, blah.
No,
We've eaten
no.
too much,
He is
we can't
repeating
just
lines.
no, until 245.
He has been repeating.
That the logic
I
of
just don't know if he will
elimination
eventually
working
stop or
backwards,
not.
The deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture.
Hey, I'm back.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games.
I'm kind of thinking of hitting it
I
again.
happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound...
You know, actually, maybe the skip button's
Of
good.
course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it
Hey,
was rather
bud.
less of
Hey,
a
bud.
rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto.
Maybe.
Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so my theory is
Uh-oh.
that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made
That's
said
crazy.
choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice
Any choice
you've
you make
already
is a
made,
series of
you bring
choices.
that choice into
He's
being,
right.
then by making no choice and saying
saying
nothing,
nothing.
are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought?
No.
Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite?
What?
You see, it could in
You've
fact
lost
be
me.
both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both
Oh, I don't want to
and
hit
are
it,
not making
but...
them. Okay, at first, I was leaning
Okay,
towards
you know what?
manifesto.
Shut up.
Well, there's sport.
Ah, it was a
You
trick.
catch me rambling on.
It was intentional.
But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this.
Cookie
and whether
9.
they'll edit
I
or
need to know if that's
their
the person's
Steam
real
review,
name.
or at least change
I'm
some
gonna
words
check
there.
Steam.
To be
Because it'd be
honest,
crazy
I
if they
don't
just
even
didn't
know if one
protect this
can
guy's
change their
identity.
review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works.
Can you search for people on
Perhaps
Steam? You
that
can,
would have
right?
been the
I have no-
smart thing to check
I have no
out
idea.
Before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button.
Maybe.
Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at
There
work,
used to be a way
surely
to find
whoever
people.
it is runs Steam will
Valve.
instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation.
Probably.
Yes, I think that's quite likely.
I think they'll probably do
Or
that.
perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review. so that the feature is not widely abused.
That's valid.
Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the
That's
lines of,
crazy.
this game is the best game.
I found
It's
Cookie
done here,
Nine
though.
Steam.
Nice.
How about this? From the ashes of depravity,
His bio
rises
is,
the phoenix of
I
quality.
changed the name last year. I don't know what happened in the game.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley.
Hi.
I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Okay.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and
It seems that
wait.
maybe the review
How
is
do we get
fake
out
and
of
that this
here?
Cookie Nine guy
Where
is a
did the
different
door
Cookie
go?
Nine.
Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere?
No.
A porthole?
No.
Oh, the review
Sufficiently
wasn't fake,
large
but they
crack in
changed the
wall?
name, and
I'll take
people have
anything
since found
all
the
I want is
actual
for us to
guy.
move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go?
He's right there.
Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall?
It's not working.
Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all.
Me.
I'm asking you to work with me here.
I'm doing it.
We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door.
Okay.
I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please,
Okay.
please, please do not press the skip button.
Okay.
Just wait
Yeah,
here.
I got you.
Wait here for me.
I got you.
Don't press the skip button. Got it?
Yes. Go.
I'll be right back.
Yes. Do you think he's gonna come back?
It's been a long time since he left.
That's true. That's a good point. ADHD's a
I mean, like-
bitch.
Like, time's linear when you think about it, right? So, like, what if we, like, skipped ahead to when he's come back?
That's a good point. I mean, he probably has to like drive home and then get the, purchase the door. That at least takes like a few hours, right? We should probably be fine.
Stanley.
Hi,
Stanley,
hi.
Stanley, please don't push the
Oh,
button
gee.
again. It's been 12
Oh, sorry.
hours.
What?
You're frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely.
Well, what if I press the skip button and the walls eroded?
I've checked every one one of those
I'm
walls
sick of
1,000
listening to him. Can we press skip
times,
again?
And there's no
Yeah,
door,
okay.
Stanley. There's oh, Stanley, back. You're back. Oh my goodness, I have someone to talk to again. Stanley,
A week?
It's been a week or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, not a single person to speak.
Yo, that's
I
torture.
think that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just...
Dude, you really gotta learn to make it a
isn't
little
the
bit
same
shorter,
at
I
all.
think.
It isn't even close, because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path.
Well,
I'll
don't do
burn my
that.
story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that
You're
I'm
being
saying,
kind of
I
a
need to
bore,
know
dude.
you can hear
I don't
me,
want to hit it,
because
though. That
maybe,
seems
Stanley,
mean.
Maybe if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction.
Bro, shut up!
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you
Oh.
ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning.
Hey, in that year, did it not once consider to you that I wouldn't hit it again if you just shut up?
Time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside,
Yeah, then what?
What took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment
That's
I
rough,
have
buddy.
ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collective.
And did it tell you to shut the fuck
It
up?
was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had
God!
ever seen.
Hey, buddy? Oh, did I kill him?
Again.
Did I kill him?
It's probably been like a century.
Is he
And
dead?
you went hour to week, week to over a year. So I think it's about 100 times.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
So I think now you just did like 10,000 years.
I mean, that's out of power now. We need to
Yeah, so
replace the
probably less than
batteries.
10,000 years.
But they didn't understand the game was.
Oh, hey, welcome back.
It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, "Entertain us." It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, "He's talking too much," they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, "Oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place," while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires.
Does he know I'm here?
Every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing.
Yeah, he
back
seems to be
with
doing okay without
unyielding
me, I
aggression.
think.
I'm gonna go make
So-
popcorn. Do you want
so because
anything?
of-
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
I hope he's okay.
The end is never the end.
Oh,
is
oh
never
God.
The end is never the
Oh,
end,
God.
Is never the end 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 is never the
I think he's lost his mind. Buddy? Oh. Can I leave? I hope the narrator's okay. He didn't deserve this, but he also wouldn't shut up. Oh wow, it's so pretty. Oh. Is it getting worse? I don't like those sounds. Oh. A way out? Oh my goodness. This is not what I thought the Stanley Parable was going to turn into. But then again, who even really knows anymore?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content? Oh hell yeah.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Oh, I'm excited. I like exciting.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
I get that.
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Oh?
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Shit, really? Oh, hell yeah!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why there are so many possibilities.
Thank God.
It could go in so many different directions. This
I was gone
is
for like
what
3 whole
fans have
minutes, and I was
truly
worried I was going to
been
come back,
asking
and you were
for.
still playing Stanley Parable 1.
Yeah, no, we destroyed the entire world and everything became a desert, and then he decided that we're playing the Stanley Parable 2. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe just wasn't good enough.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
True. So what do we got in this one? Don't talk to me before I've had my sequel. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. Cool red section of the chart. I love those. They're back. 2 doors in Stanley Parable 2. More TSP. Better TSP.
The color red.
And with the color red. Thanks for attending my meeting.
I would have preferred the title "To Stanley, To Parable."
2 Stanley, 2 Parable. That would be good. Oh, there's 2 Stanleys. There's another Stanley. He's not even in front of a computer.
Now, to be clear,
It's a co-op
I
game.
haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing
think-
for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
True. Who took the red marker? Me. I think Stanley Parable 2 should be a survival horror game where you're running around the Stanley Parable and you're being chased by the narrator. And when you can hear him like get louder, that means he's close to you.
Does the narrator have a body?
No,
Do we know this about him?
I don't know. I mean, he went to go find a door at one point. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, true.
I know at least one of these is not good.
Dark Souls 2. I hear that's the one people like less.
I thought Dark Souls 2 was like everybody's favorite.
Really? I thought it was like the hardest one and like the least welcoming one. But I guess Dark Souls players like that. I thought 2 was the one people didn't like.
Dark
Maybe I'm
Souls
wrong.
players like when you can't play the game
Play the
unless
game.
you live your life for Dark Souls.
Yeah. I am yellow mug. I will never follow the red plus teal plus green color scheme of the area of the game. True. Oh, new features. I'm excited. New content bus.
I think that there should be a Stanley Parable competitive dating sim where you're vying for the attention of the narrator.
Oh, that would be awesome. I would probably hit the skip button though.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Reassurance bucket. Exclusive. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game. No jumps remaining player tiers. I get him.
That reminds me of my favorite scene from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. The only good part of the game.
Yeah, agreed.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course,
To run
the
out of
first
jumps.
and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Should I give it a shot? Narrator gonna dox me?
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says
Oh,
the name Jim.
okay.
But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name,
Oh.
whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play.
Oh,
as
sure,
Jim
yeah, I'm
and
down.
Simulate the full experience of this feature.
Let me get into character.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
All right.
Okay, here
Jim
we
is
go.
44
Let's take a
years
deep
old.
breath,
He has
clear
3
your
sons.
mind, forget whoever
His
you
wife
are,
died
and simply become
of
a person named
a car
Jim.
crash 3 years
I
ago.
want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Oh my god, he said my name! That's crazy!
You'll see. What a thrill! What a rush!
That's
What a
awesome.
do. The button
Oh,
will
yeah,
say
yeah, yeah.
you. Do it again. Do it again.
Yeah, yeah,
It hits even harder the second time.
Let's go.
If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still
Agree.
be worth the money. Let's take
If you
this
bring the
as
jump
Jim.
circle back.
I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
That's valid. Wait, one more time.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person
No,
can
no,
be
no.
too much, Jim.
You know what you're talking about.
I'm putting the Jim back.
No!
Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose
No!
all sense of who you actually are.
No! Don't take him away from me!
You'll never know what it's like to hear someone say your name again.
It's true. Well, all right, everybody. I think we're gonna call it for today, but next week we'll be back. Jim plays more Ultra Deluxe.
I suppose
Stanley
I could allow many
2.
people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable.
Oh, good thing that's my
That
name.
would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Boom.
You heard a Jim in the game. The exclusive, the button that says Jim. That's Jim. Epilogue?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Oh shit, there's gonna be a free new and easy achievement. Oh, I'll have to grab that. Infinite hole free. I want the infinite. I want the achievement. Free achievement.
I
Get
love
yours now.
getting achievements.
Pull the lever. Receive your new achievements. No more steps. It just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Yeah.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
For real?
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right
God
now,
damn
the
it.
achievement
Damn it.
is still fully broken.
Come on.
I'm not a wizard, Stanley.
Yeah!
I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Fix it now. I want it. Oh. You're the worst.
Don't gotta be a wizard to fix an achievement machine, dumbass.
Ah! I can be a wizard! Fine.
To be clear, you're not the dumbass. The narrator's the dumbass.
That's
I
messed
hate
up.
that guy.
I was so excited to get the achievement.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Can you have a pet system or a crafting system?
I don't know. There's the jump circle.
I'm a
Let's
big fan
bring
of the jump circle.
back for Stanley Parable
Yeah,
2 as
okay.
well.
I'm big on this.
Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump
Can you
circle.
not refresh me?
Very
That's
well.
brilliant.
I suppose it can
Your-
just be
the
a nice
durability of the
little
jump
piece
circle.
then.
Carries between games.
I want more jumps, though. I would rather get more jumps, though.
Mm-mm.
Well, I guess I should cry into this cup.
Because it's like, you, to have the best experience, you need to have some jumps in the first game and some in the second. It rewards players for thinking ahead like that.
But I didn't know it was coming back.
That's your fault.
Yeah. Collect them all.
Neither did I, but I still admire this choice.
Oh.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video
Oh,
game.
I'm scared.
In Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh, I don't think it works like that, but thank you regardless. Yo, this is kind of real, though.
This looks horrifying. I'm
Yeah.
actually really into it.
This is one of the backgrounds for the new, one of the new tracks. I'm getting ideas.
I was wondering if you were. That's not what Stanley looks like. He looks nothing like me.
That was awesome.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
That's what I'm saying.
What else we got?
I never got a reward in real life when I found the 6 hidden miniatures of myself.
Jump circle this map for each achievement. The button that says the name of Jim. Merch. Settings World Champion.
Oh, I'm into that.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. Office Decorations. Epilogue. Collectibles. Infinite Hole. Oh, let's check out the merch store.
I was thinking the game would be better if I could buy things outside of the game about the game. Hold on. Will you hold your camera on the QR code real quick?
I will if it unfreezes.
Huh?
It's frozen.
Oh, what?
There we are. Oh, well.
Oh. Did the game crash?
Yes.
With this game, I cannot tell if that was planned or not.
I have to imagine not. Because I was just in the middle of a random thing. Oh, wait, no, maybe it was intentional? Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. You're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whatever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. I think I just crashed mid-thing.
This is the story.
Oh no.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
That
Stanley
sucks.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, good.
What time did you
noticed
choose?
my sign. Yes, I have
The
something
correct
very
time.
exciting to show you.
No, but for your favorite time.
Oh, I haven't done that yet. He said next time I boot up the game, I should do my favorite time.
Oh.
I mean, if I don't say 420, I'm not a real gamer, right?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned.
Okay, so that was not
The
intentional.
original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up
streamer.
to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe.
And you stream the game to
nonsense.
me directly?
I say we take it one step even further.
I forgot. I forgore.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, I gotta get ready to scan the
you
QR code.
see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game
Which
will
QR
sort of
code?
naturally spring
Oh,
up
that one?
around them.
Oh.
Here we are.
Hold on.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
Hold on, I'm trying to scan it.
Give it a shot. This t-shirt is the best new feature.
It takes you to the StanleyParable2.com.
Great. Please no screenshots? Okay. Alright, that's fair.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons.
I love
I'm
balloons.
undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Happy
I
12th
think-
birthday, step niece. I think the step niece sells it.
Yeah, I also think this opens up like the game theory potential a lot.
Oh yeah, true. Well, okay, we need to make sure Matt gets on it in like the next 8 weeks.
Somebody else will take his place, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I want MatPat to do it.
You need Matt
I
to do
need
the step piece
MatPat
theory.
to do it. It's MatPat.
Who is
Sometimes when you solicit another
Stanley
person's opinion, it makes
Stepnies?
you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well, someday it is.
Oh. Okay. I like the other one more, but that's fair. I'll be on my way then. It seems like you just... Oh, they're just everywhere now.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with...
Yes! No, go with the other one.
I've made my
No,
decision
no,
when
you should reconsider it, I think.
Come now, you've already made your choice.
No, you made
It's
the choice
true
for
that
me.
You chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
I chose great. This is your fault. Distant space-time. Hole-like infinity. Opening rim, depth infinite, surrounding area. It just keeps going.
That was a bomb-ass diagram.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
You didn't think about that.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then,
Are you able to
since
look
you've
up?
gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Wait, is it the hole not infinite yet?
Yeah, that's what he's about to reveal to you.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly
Uh-oh.
exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
It
Uh-oh.
does not
Is it a
just
very,
keep
very
going.
deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is.
No one would ever
Is
just
it
say that.
Infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Ow!
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so...
Why did you do this to me?
I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What
Sure.
normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I
Your
figured the
players,
hole
you
was
knew
as
they would
big
like
as
it.
anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're...
Why did you think anyone who plays this game is normal?
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't
I didn't say
Why
shit.
don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole most...
Bro, that was like a minute of content. Fuck you.
For you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here.
I want at least 5 minutes of whole content, bro.
Yeah, yeah. Mostly infinite.
Mostly infinite, my
Mostly
ass.
infinite is like, it takes a lifetime to see, but it is finite.
Yeah,
This is like
man.
not even that.
Dude, the fucking 3D Pokemon games are longer than this. That's messed up. Man, I was thinking this would be like some fucking The House shit. Some fucking House of Leaves shit in terms of how big it was, but it was just goddamn...
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Could you just hop right back down the hole?
I was
Oh,
absolutely
that
going
happened.
to.
You see? I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. Normal
It is very normal
Yep, that's
to-
an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Bro, it was even smaller that time.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there.
Yeah, I
than you
can
did
see the
before.
top.
I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've
What
had
if it
enough
gets
of the
shorter every
hole,
time
you can hit the
until
teleport
eventually it's
button.
full?
It's no longer a hole.
Uh-huh.
That's messed up, dude.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow.
Oh,
Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm
That's not-
starting to hit the point
whatever.
where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Oh, we're absolutely gonna have a non-infinite hole in the
Well,
peripheral.
there it is. The shame of my
Oh.
life has come
this
to
is what I was hoping for.
Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point.
You can fall
It's
down
more
it.
of a concavity, or even a very aggressive
Very
dip.
aggressive divot.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do.
Hey,
Are you
you're
able to
making
jump
the
up?
Stanley Parable 2 for me.
No, you're out of jumps.
Is the, teleport button not working?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
But, hey, wait.
I couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever.
It's
have
not even a
asked
good
for.
hole
It's a
anymore.
win for everyone. You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else.
Don't leave me here.
Take care,
You don't get to
Stanley.
skip button
I
me.
hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Bro, you wouldn't. Bro, you
Hole
wouldn't.
ending? Stanley finally got Hola.
Huh?
Why is the music getting scary?
Hey, narrator? Oh.
Why did the TED Talk intro chime just play? Oh,
We're becoming
the
truly
hole
infinite.
grows ever deeper.
This is to go even further beyond.
Slowly descends. What? Okay, the music went from scary to inspirational.
Oh shit.
Holy fuck!
Let's go.
Stanley never gives a shit. Okay, that's too soon. What the fuck is going on? Why does the music get worse?
Wait, what the fuck?
Puppies.
Bro, what?
Wait, is that Among Us?
Bro, it's fucking Steely?
That's crazy.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh,
No!
good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed
Bro,
off
that was the
there,
best
drifting
part!
away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
That's torture.
From the looks of things,
You're torture.
you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of
Oh.
it. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
That's not a real thing. Nobody says Toodlepip. You're going again.
Do it.
Is there something you can do there to move? Oh, okay. Interesting. There was no loading screen last time, right?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Let's try out this
Reassurance bucket.
I do love reassurance.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a
True.
chaotic sense
I like
of
all my
reckless
games to be
despair
instantly
in those who
understood.
played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Yeah,
Yes,
feel.
the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Maybe in a moment I want to read this. Board members, please note that the following terms use the following terms as often as possible. Synergy. No one but us actually knows what this means. It adds to our prestige. Incentivize. This refers to the metaphorical whip, which provides the incentive. Unpack refers to looking for meaning in a big pile of rubbish. Ping. Send a message. Childlike onomatopoeia, which probably makes us sound cute. Deep dive. Discuss in depth. Make a tedious meeting sound like more of an undersea adventure. Good for motivation. Reach out. We do not call. We do not email. We reach out. No one can complain if we are simply reaching out, like a friend, like a lover. True. Oh?
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Huh.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a
Charisma.
person.
Okay.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you.
All right.
in the
Writing
Stanley
down my
Parable
notes
2.
for the future. Make bucket item that increases charisma. I do like this bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Wait, they changed Infinite Hole to mostly Infinite Hole. That's funny.
That's very good.
Mostly Infinite Hole. Fine, it ended. You've been here already? I want another one. Okay, what are we missing?
calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
A9. What is A9? Collectibles. It's valid 5. Where's Settings World Champion? That's across the hall from merch. The baby is all grown up? The fire became bankruptcy?
The fire became bankruptcy.
Consistent
goes
quality
hard.
with just the right amount of change. What? I want to be the Settings World Champion.
I've always thought that the settings in games needed more. Oh, what would I call it? Oomph.
This is the story of a man.
Wait. What is this
Is he
from?
singing along? It's royalty-free music by Kevin MacLeod.
That's what it is. He is singing Stanley.
Oh, is this Stanley?
No, the narrator's just singing Stanley to the music. Bro, I want to be the Settings World Champion. This is so sad. Bro, I can't even get the achievement. Not everyone has what it takes. That's valid. I'm just a gym in this world settings champion world.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Well, no, but I wanted to see the settings world champion, but I suppose this will have to do.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
I like most
Yes,
of them.
I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work.
It'll come out before
There's
Silk
definitely
Song.
a good game in there somewhere.
Real.
Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful.
I would
gameplay
honestly pay
experience.
for the infinity hole.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable
2! Oh. Oh shit. Can I go down there?
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. No, this is
Sort of-
great.
Okay, never mind.
No, that's great. I see the
Hold
gym
on.
button.
Let me do a different
No,
arrangement.
I like this. I like this. I like this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is
Alright, this
much
one's gonna be
better.
even
I
better.
feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
2. Oh no, this is worse.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags.
Oh, you
but
put the
don't add up
jumps.
to
Wait,
anything.
that's actually insane. You put the
I
jump
wanted
circle in
more
the
than
infinite
anything
hole.
to create a sequel that would capture all
I
the magic
think
of
that's the kind of
first
innovation we
game.
need.
I wanted fans to
Just
love it.
take the two
No matter
best
how good
things
these
and put them
gags are, they
together.
wouldn't stand on their
Yeah,
own.
like you
They
jump
would
midair.
mimic the structure and the gameplay of
Yeah.
the
The
original
only way
I've
to
always
get back
wanted
up to the
to
top
jump
of the hole is to
Maybe
jump all the
that's
way
it.
back up.
I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Of course.
With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley
Oh, you should have the
Parable
title screen say Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, I think. I think that's exactly what you need.
Perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh shit. Oh shit,
I
wait.
love when my game becomes a different game.
Wait, this is top?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in
The
a big
balloons!
building where he was
Not the ones I
employee
wanted.
number 427.
I think there's still some game theory potential. Not as much, but
He sat at his desk
I'm okay to live in this world.
427, and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
427.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley...
Does that mean the infinite hole is somewhere now? Because I want to jump in it.
And then one day, something
I'm
very
hoping so.
peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
2.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions.
Get well
call a
someday.
meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
The bucket?
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Bro, the bucket. It's real.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
He's right, I did.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Let it ball up inside you, take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers, resent coworkers for not supporting you more. True. It's so valid.
Repeat.
Use slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic on the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
It's mine.
I can really...
You can't have it.
It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning
Well,
supplies.
fuck you. It's
For
mine.
you, Stanley. Don't give in.
I would never.
Don't hand over the bucket.
I'm not gonna.
I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong.
Oh!
This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over.
No.
No. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems.
Oh,
This
shit.
is how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket.
I mean, now I'm less
Stanley,
likely.
I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends, that your relationship is purely superficial and convenient, that your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner.
That's valid.
Well, I'd never.
No, that part's
Go on,
valid.
Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
Broom closet?
Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have
That was
shared.
really mean of you.
Go through each of them point by point.
I don't think that was
Share
appropriate.
your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
I don't appreciate that kind of language. You know, I'm really just trying out here. We're all just trying our best. And the fact that you would say that to me.
I've
Okay.
got you something which I
Okay.
think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
What?
There. Now it's settled.
What?
No more debate, no more discussion. Take
Oh,
up
it's his property of Stanley now. Hell yeah.
your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies.
Yeah, fuck you.
and
This is my
relationship
bucket.
to broom closets
You suck
and
my
for
dick,
all
broom
the
closet.
things.
You're my least favorite ending.
What the fuck?
Okay,
That's
I
my
didn't
favorite ending.
mean that. I didn't mean that. Look,
All right,
I'm very
I'll put a
protective of the
second sticker
bucket.
back here, and I'm
Yeah,
going
you
to
got
snap
carried
it on
away.
as well because I think it's appropriate. You see?
That is a
I
bucket.
feel that it works.
That's true.
Is also a bucket.
That's
If
true.
you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
It is a bucket.
There really is a wide variety of applications.
I was
for
about
this
to forget whether it was a bucket.
No, this is a bucket. Now you know for sure.
Yeah, I feel a lot better now.
That's good.
You know what? I could take the name calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Alright, I'm just gonna chill here for another minute. Hey, broom closet, I just want you to know, no hard feelings, right? Like, he is my bucket, though. You can see it says property of Stanley on it. You can also see it's a bucket. So I am gonna leave now with this bucket, but I just want you to know, in another universe, when I didn't have this bucket, I think you and I could be good friends. I'm gonna go now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Wait,
You found one of them.
hell
One of
yeah.
the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these.
Bro, who cares?
Intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
I want all of
You
them.
can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
I will. I've got the feeling, money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. That doesn't that's the worst slant rhyme I've ever seen, and I'm the king of bad slant rhymes.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any...
Weird that this
life.
piano makes keyboard noises.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Bucket does help.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
There's a keypad?
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
I do like my bucket. It's pretty cool.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
Excuse you.
Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
You're so true, bestie. I would never know.
How could you have ever known that?
Bro, these books, they are keyboards.
2845.
So, I guess all the content in this game is updated to include a bucket now. That's awesome.
Although, what in this game?
The bucket, all the content.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency
Oh,
override
I heard
kicked
cut-ins,
in,
and I was like, what do you mean
and the door
cut-ins?
just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes.
A
I
Stanlerine
like
sounds
Stanlerine.
like a
Stanlerine
fruit.
under your belt.
It sounds like
Yeah.
I'm eating a tangerine, but it's Stanley.
I would eat Stanley if he was a tangerine.
Probably me too, because tangerines are pretty good.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything...
Well, no, I don't really like worms that much, so no. Oh, wait, we can go back up?
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket.
That's
When we go
new.
back up, when I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3.
That's what I was
want to go
thinking.
back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
Yeah.
The bucket said nothing.
That's okay. I'm gonna press number 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button.
Here we
He
go!
took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
Fuck. I keep missing. I got it. Okay, I found it.
Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained
No, this is
silent.
good.
This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him?
It is.
Once
He's just very
Stanley
quiet.
had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Have you considered the number 2? No, that's not nearly as good.
Nearly.
3 was really peak. Everything went downhill after that arc.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
It's a good point. Maybe the bucket's the problem. Maybe I'm not the one in this relationship who's toxic. We're going back up.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet.
Wait, this
Not
is...
till you understand how much the number 3 means.
Why is
to
there
me.
still
You
more
and I
content
have
for
been
this?
through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel
I think
the
this is what makes the
happiness
game
I
so
feel.
special.
Yeah,
He
right?
smiled at the bucket.
They
The
knew,
bucket
like,
said
some
nothing.
dumbass player's gonna do this, so we need to have
Some
lines for
dumbass
it.
player.
Yeah.
It's the boundary break of games. Every time you think you're doing something that's gonna break something, they're like, nah.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Not even worth it.
It's not worth it.
I regret bringing the bucket along.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for
Yeah, I don't know,
one another.
man.
Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way.
I don't even know if I want to keep it anymore.
He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
The number 4, maybe? I doubt it, but you know.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3
Oh, there's a
meant
person down there. What
and
the
why
fuck?
he felt so alive
I
when
saw a
he
man.
said it. Then the bucket would
Game
be able
theory?
to
I
see
need
his
Matt Pat, I
joy
need you on
through
this in the next
eyes
8
of
weeks.
others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Wait, we're moving to the Stanley Parable
For months,
3?
he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
These are some really good posters.
Yeah.
How we did it.
How
The
we did it.
pyramids. An evening with world peace, baby. A Q&A with world's first sentient machine. The Stanley Parable Stanley tonight, live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable. Stanley from the Stanley Parable. There's a fucking ending for going up and down this elevator over and over. This is fantastic. Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. All right. All right. Oh, I'm ready. I don't know why that says 247, but it should be 333. Up again, down again. The Stanley story.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak.
What? Why
to
not?
listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, Uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
I can fix this. I can fix this. No, I can't. It's over. I think I'm gonna need a minute to to take that in and comprehend that. Be right back. Why would it do this to me? Oh. I am refreshed. Me and the bucket are gonna be best
All of
friends.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Which door should I enter?
The bucket's making me feel so comfy, I would enter on the left.
Okay.
I'm just not worried about it anymore. I'm gonna do whatever the nice man tells me.
Okay. Let's do that. Oh! Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Weird spinning figurines. Artist rendition. What do they want? Should we make them employees? Why do they kind of look like 427? Why floating? Magnets? How many are there? 6. Can we sell them, obviously? Do we need contracts for them? Potential liability. What we forgot, what we know, we don't know yet. Someone in cargo room. Employee 421 building a bridge. Warehouse access plan. Produce 1 plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. We need more planks. Mission status inside. Oh shit! There's gonna be more. A large room, lots of boxes, stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. I know somewhere red and blue.
Oh.
Dude, there will be a reward for finding them all. Who are you? 666 lol. There will be cleaning of this wall required. I want to go home. I want them so much. Yo. Dude, I'm gonna find all these Stanlerines.
You've already found the ending splitter.
How do we find them? I'm gonna turn you down a little bit. I think you might be a bit loud.
Okay.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours.
That's awesome.
But alas, no stickers.
That's too bad. Alright.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Yes.
Was the bucket guiding him?
Yes.
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
I gotta give it a shot. I gotta give it a shot. Bucket. Oh, fuck, I can't hit 3. This is so sad. You will appreciate 3 eventually, Bucket, I believe.
It will.
Huh?
I really want the Bucket to appreciate the number, clicking the number 3 over and over.
Oh. Okay. I don't really know what that means.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent. But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for.
Where's my Bucket? There he is.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
So, Hamster, I now see what you mean by the game has at least twice as many endings.
Yeah.
And I'm happy. I love it.
Is there a version with and without the bucket for all of them?
And Stanley nearly
Without the Bucket, I'm guessing is just the original game.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Am I right in
Some of
assuming
them are-
that?
Never seen
Some of them are
anything like
different.
this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently.
It's okay, Bucket.
reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Now, if you appreciate the number 3 like I do.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Gotta
Why
go
did they
back.
call his mind feeble?
That's how it is.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. How do I go back?
Why would you go back?
I want the dance party.
What dance party?
There's a dance party. You can... There it is. I want to know if this has changed at all. This was my favorite thing from the original. Yeah!
Fuck yeah.
Never give up on your dreams. You never go secret. Go Secret Rangers. All worth it. Faithfully Ported Secrets 2022.
Sick.
It's my favorite part of the original. I'm glad it's still here. This song slaps.
Yeah, it does. I've always loved this song.
Doo-doo.
No! To the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a snarky comment about taking down the system.
So true.
I'll be right back.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Did you take a guess at, like, the thing that I was called out for?
Hmm?
Did you take a guess at the thing that's in this game that I was called out for?
You were called out. I don't remember this conversation.
Oh, okay. I was like, I felt called out by one of the things in the new game. But a lot of people did, so it's fine.
I try to remember. Was it the skip button?
No, it's the jump button.
What about the jump button? I mean, just like the jump circle?
Yeah.
I used up all my jumps the first time, so when it came back, I didn't have any jumps left.
Mm-hmm.
I was so sad. I wanted the other balloons.
Oh.
You choose
Should've
which
thought about that.
balloons. What? Yeah, I should have thought of that. I did really enjoy the infinite hole, though.
But at the last second,
That's like my
bucket
favorite
jumped in
part
and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
of the new game.
Stanley gasped in horror.
Oh.
Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
That's not an image,
Silly
that's a
birds?
The control
That's a
buttons became
video.
active again.
Bro,
Not
there's... Huh?
Not an image.
What's an image?
That's not an image, that's a video.
No, the image is like... I get what he's saying. Dude, I do enjoy silly birds. Show me these silly birds flying.
Stanley flipped
Flamingos?
through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along?
Wait, this is so
Stanley
good.
marveled at the metal genius in his hands. The one
Look at
who
that
was
silly
pointing
bird.
towards this incredible discovery.
This is a pretty
Stanley
silly
and the
bird.
bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds.
Oh, that's a silly bird.
All the possible
Look at
paths
that
his
silly
life could have
bird.
taken. This one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Right.
Damn. Man, the countdown ending versus that's like the opposite, bro.
It's the silly birds ending.
The silly birds ending is top. Isn't there an ending when you can like just come back into your office? And do I just have to chill here for a while?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I feel
No
like
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I thought you could get up on these. There it is. There it is. Okay, well, let me grab the bucket before I do this.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
The hell?
What?
There we go.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley. What are you talking about? He screamed. You're a bucket! To this, the bucket furrowed its brow. No, said the bucket. Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his massive...
Hi, Demon Lord Elgrim?
...I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No! Stanley screamed even louder this time. This is stupid! You are the bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this? As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a
Oh,
mighty
shit!
beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley.
Oh, shit?
You saved us from the bucket.
He's dead!
Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game.
Okay.
We'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't do that. That was crazy.
He beat the bucket.
I did. I'm really glad I had
His co-workers were gone.
the 12 sages.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had...
Oh, hey, it's a bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's
I like
eyes.
bucket.
With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Stanley, we must move on from this broom
Fine.
closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
stickers.
office.
Oh, I found one.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanleys.
No, Stanlerines is
And now
good.
I'm torn between Stanlerines
Ooh,
and Figlies.
Figlies.
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of
Figlies
happiness
is
that you
good.
get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Figlies is good. I am a Stanlerines fan, though.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all.
Hey, come on. Just because I killed you?
Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just
No,
a
it says property of
normal,
Stanley on it.
everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket.
Oh shit.
How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong.
Oh no,
Surely
no.
no
Oh no, my bucket!
Who knows what
My
sort
bucket!
of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was
They took my bucket.
odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it really be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend.
Where is
it was
it?
the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from.
It was inside
The
me all
real
along.
bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
Oh god, that hurts.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on
They
this
give her a
particular
bucket.
day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man
A
who had
bucketless
stumbled
man.
through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
Hate when I don't have my bucket with me.
He didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself.
My life kicks ass.
And she backflipped all
She
the way
bet. Yo. Mariella flips. Let's go. She's gonna BLJ.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
That's valid.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
I got a shoulder.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge.
It's
What
been a
thrilling
day.
Journey the bucket had
It's been a
inspired.
day for sure. Honestly, I might as well just go to bed at this point.
Perhaps this was
Right.
where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
That's valid.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
I'm glad they were making the Stanley Parable and they're like, we need some new content. What do we do? Let's just have the guy talk about a bucket a bunch. Just so much. It's
I
been
mean, they had the vision from the very start.
yeah, it's fantastic. So we got this. We got the Stan Lorraines. We got the bucket. I do really hope the hole is somewhere, because I do want the hole, and also master settings room. I want to figure that one out.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here.
Oh, really?
I knew you'd
Oh.
find this place eventually.
Oh no! Oh no!
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you.
Oh
Stanley.
no!
We've come together here because we care about you very much.
It's all coming
It's this
together.
bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
It's
The bucket
Super
isn't
Smash
even
Bros.
from the original
Ultimate.
Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes,
True.
not this bucket that they've never seen
No, the
before.
bucket's cool. Hey,
Yes,
stop
I know
that.
I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving
Yes.
the Adventure Line?
Yes,
We
absolutely.
could make the Adventure Line go somewhere
Oh,
new.
yeah, let's do
Yes,
that.
Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Adventure Line time.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly
Yes,
music
yes,
as
put the
well.
music on. Yeah! Raw assets, the only map. Do 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 do.
Now this
Aw.
is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Yes.
Stanley is addicted to drugs.
What? What?
It's as classic now as it was back then.
That's not true.
Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Don't say it. Don't say I gotta give up the bucket. No.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Oh.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a
No.
brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
It plays the Adventure Line song.
Go ahead now, Stanley.
No.
Say goodbye to the bucket.
No.
And then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No, fuck you. I'm gonna fall down here.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket.
Well, it'll have to
Destroying
fucking
buckets
figure it
is
out.
all it knows. That is its singular personality.
Sounds like a shitty
trait.
character.
Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom
The
closet?
bucket, the
Certainly
bucket.
not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it.
Fuck
We
him.
can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the
Oh, Jesus.
until you crush that damn bucket.
Fuck you.
The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
This game might be like a little unhinged.
beautiful. That was beautiful. I need to learn from the Stanley Parable and have my original characters have as much depth and complexity as the Bucket Destroyer. I'm not doing a good enough job.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Well, my pipes are frozen.
Oh, well, that's not great.
I learned this because I can't flush my toilet.
That's gonna be expensive.
I mean, it's in a whole apartment building. I doubt it's only mine.
Oh, yeah. In that case,
Yeah.
it's gonna be expensive for other people.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on
I don't
another
know for a
thrilling
fact they're
adventure
frozen, but
together.
I can't explain it another way.
Yeah, they must be.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
I gotta make it up to the Bucket Destroyer. It's only fair.
There was a bucket destroyer?
I made a mistake.
Never mind.
I killed the Bucket Destroyer. I shouldn't have. It was such a good
Stanley
character.
put the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured.
I mean, I killed the Bucket myself because it's the fucking got the evil magic of fucking High Lord Elgrim in it. Like, of course I was supposed to listen to the Bucket Destroyer.
Good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I
Hi,
knew
Lord
you'd find
Elgrim.
this
What is
place
that a reference
eventually.
to?
Pajama Samurai.
That's right.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic
Inferior
characters from the
sequel content.
first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from
The
a sequel.
Broom
They
Closet
want more of
ending?
their favorite
Sorry.
jokes, not this
I lost
bucket
control.
that they've never seen before. Yes, I
It's a
know
good
I'm
one.
the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
I remember the yellow line. Yes. This is what I want.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic
I
now as
don't
it was
remember
back
when he said
then.
that.
Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something.
I understand.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
I understand.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character.
I'm ready.
This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
I'll do what I
Can
have to
you
do.
guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye
I'd
to the
appreciate if he
bucket,
spelled it out for
and
me.
then pop it into the machine.
Okay. DESTROY space
It's
BUCKETS.
crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket
Oh.
destroyer will do if it can't destroy
Thank
your
you.
bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular.
Wait, I can't
personality trait.
I can't destroy the bucket.
I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the
I guess
pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so dense.
I should have known. I should have known this was the singular ending.
Personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now.
Did you just close the game?
Are you set? We already got that ending. I didn't realize it was the same.
Gone.
I thought I could destroy the bucket.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling
Oh,
to
Lynx,
him,
you missed
telling
Silly
him that the
Birds. That's too
employee
bad.
lounge was simply the place to
Silly
be.
Birds.
There were
Silly
Silly
Birds and
Birds.
the like
Had
epic
the
fantasy
bucket turned
time
out to be
one.
correct? No, never mind.
Epic
The
fantasy
bucket was
time.
wrong.
Yeah,
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting
that one
room.
was pretty crazy.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, fuck, I missed.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Fuck.
So deep.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes,
Yeah.
he thought to himself.
Yeah, I
yes,
think so.
Perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket
This is a good
turned out to
bucket.
be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Oh, wait.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed
see
him,
him.
of course, because buckets can't talk.
There's a door
But
over
Stanley
there.
chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Alright, I'll have to keep that in mind. It's a good way for me to get over there. Alright, we'll have to think about that.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
It was fun.
Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things.
Oh.
Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke?
Oh.
Stanley?
Oh.
Bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took this seriously.
Sorry.
When
That's
did
on
mess
me,
up
I
the
think.
joke? Should I have paused for longer? Or
Nah,
spoken
nah, nah,
quicker?
nah. It's on me. It's on me. Don't worry about it.
Comedic
We'll get it in the
timing
next
is
run.
difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch.
Are you sure?
Yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
There is a book. It's right there.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work?
Okay.
How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
True.
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
No.
Thankfully, the answer to all
Oh,
of these
okay.
questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees
Okay,
Fahrenheit.
okay.
With one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle.
I don't know
from
about
your
that.
body. These are the optimal conditions for good
Okay.
comedic timing.
Noted.
To begin the joke,
Noted.
I knew
start
this.
by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half. pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
I'm Dunny with the
Let's
funny.
practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny"
Alright.
now.
I'm Dunny with the funny!
Good.
That sounded
This
like you
saying
were
is a
about to
perfect
do
example
violence
of
to people.
expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys.
Alright.
Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were
Okay,
throughout the
guys,
joke
we'll
is the only way to grow
keep
or
this
learn
in
as a
mind for
comedian.
later. And yes,
An
Cabelliot,
effective
absolutely,
survey
this is
should
how
be
I'm doing
no
jokes
less
from
than
now on.
10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times.
Just to make sure they're paying
Just to
attention.
ensure
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah, for
survey
sure,
taker
for
is
sure.
actually paying attention and not simply filling
Yeah,
in answers at
that makes
random.
complete sense.
And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp.
Maybe.
After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles.
True.
All of us must be prepared to give our
True.
lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey,
Oh,
goodness,
yeah, may Earth
this
reign
video
supreme.
is a little outdated, isn't it?
It
No
seemed
matter.
fine
I
to
think
me.
the fundamentals of proper comedic
Yeah,
timing
yeah, for sure.
are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
All right, let's see if I got this. All right, I need to watch the video again. J-I-M. I'm gonna tell a joke about how a chicken crosses a road, but then instead of getting to the other side, he gets hit by a car. And you're supposed to laugh
okay.
when he gets hit by the car. J-I-M. Let me start a timer here. So there's a chicken, right? And he's about to cross the road, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna look both ways to cross the road. He's gonna do it. And then he starts crossing, and the road is clear. And then all of a sudden, boom! He gets hit by a car. I'm Dunny with the funny. All right, make sure you don't laugh too much. We do need you for the war.
wait.
We do need you for the war.
I laughed at the wrong section. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, you're good. You're good. Just make sure you do that.
I was supposed to laugh after he gets hit by the car, right?
Yeah. But you're good. Don't worry.
My mistake. I'll work on it.
We have you for the war still.
I can feel
Yeah.
it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept.
Are you
The
done
king
with
of
the
comedy.
funny?
That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
No, I am.
The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Brother, are you Dunny with the funny or not? Wait, where'd my bucket sticker go? It had a second sticker. It's gone now. This is so sad.
Here we go. You ready?
Yep.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
So true. Oh,
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault.
Yeah.
I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room.
that's on you.
What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself.
Fucking.
I don't deserve the title of King of
No,
Comedy. I'm
it's me.
nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp.
You're a
I think
nerd.
I think I need to go back and rewatch
Oh,
the
yes, please.
instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video?
Ah,
I think
shit.
this was all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done.
Ah.
The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
Oh.
I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other jokers.
Oh, I'm
I'm going to
sorry.
be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on.
Ugh.
All because you couldn't watch a simple video and
I
take
feel
a hint.
terrible.
Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down?
No.
Are you proud?
No.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley.
I get the
heard you
joke.
are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket.
He doesn't even
you
have a
are.
bucket. He's a fucking loser.
Still not... Is it the delivery?
He doesn't have a bucket. I
Pale
do.
with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so mental. I think I saw it playing guitar. No.
That one was pretty hollow, Mr. Narrator. It rings hollow. J-I-M. I'm going to come back and tell the narrator he's doing his job wrong, and that's when you're gonna laugh. J-I-M.
More instructional videos.
It's a really tried and true formula.
It really is. I'm glad my name is really short. It's just 3 letters. Because if my name was longer, like, that would get annoying a lot more quickly. But luckily my name is Jim.
What could it mean?
It must have saved you a lot of time on all the exams you took in your life, is Jim.
Is Jim, yeah.
And never any other name.
Never.
Can you even imagine having a name other than that one?
No. This is
Exactly.
different.
Yeah, sometimes the office is just different.
Yeah.
Stanley clutched the bucket
Sometimes it's
tightly
built
to his
different.
chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's do Minecraft. Oh wait,
This
there's
was
a
not the correct way to
I have to figure out how to get
Stanley
that
had felt the
thing.
bucket calling to
Have you
him,
done
telling
Minecraft
him
already?
that the Empire
Oh yeah,
Lounge
I did
was
an
simply
original
the
one, yeah.
place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket
Don't
was
forget
wrong.
to get the figly.
Yeah.
Stanley put the door on his
That's what
left
I'm
to go back to the
trying to figure
meeting
out.
room.
No.
You're a Figly fan? I'm more of
Don't
a
go
Stan
to the
Loreen
meeting
guy, I
room.
think.
Go somewhere else.
I said the one that I
Cargo lift,
remembered.
yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines.
No,
Very soon,
no,
you'll
no,
get
no,
the
no.
first
Go
one,
back.
And then the
Go
first
back.
number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
I'm kind of scared of what happens when I get 6. I feel like my life loses something. I feel like I lose meaning. Oh shit. Narrator dialogue.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know.
It's 252.
I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. and the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
Who are you?
Why everything
Guy.
feels so...
Bucket list.
What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
You could. I don't recommend it.
Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour.
Oh no.
With the bucket.
No, don't turn to evil, dude.
Is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
This is what I was waiting for. I've always felt like Stanley Parable has great horror potential.
Some deep lore. Man. Matt Pat doesn't have anything on this.
All
It's
of his
so,
co-workers
so
were gone.
bad.
What could it... The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man.
You ever
and
made a Stanley
better
Parable
co-worker.
video?
I don't know.
In time, perhaps, he would become...
Feels like
both
maybe he
of those
might have.
things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his
So
left.
crazy he's
This
not
was
real
the
anymore.
correct way to the meeting room.
Yeah.
But Stanley
Oh,
had
is that how
felt
that
the
works?
bucket calling to him, telling him
Yeah, once
that
you're
the
off YouTube, you're not
employee
real.
lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
Wow.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to
No.
the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yeah?
Like,
Mr.
No,
Nar-
stop.
No.
Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past
It
this
does
time."
say that.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring
I
a bucket
didn't
here?
see it.
Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
That's a good
I suppose
point.
that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point.
Yeah, what's a
But
bucket?
If that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Instructional video?
Step in here for a moment.
I can't go. I want to go play Minecraft with the bucket. I put some lava in there.
Now then,
Game show?
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Okay, I got this. I got
Simple
this.
enough, right?
Yep.
This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know
Yep.
about what is
Yep.
or is not
Yep. No.
a bucket.
I've trained my entire life for this. That is a bucket.
Is
Yes.
this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect.
Ooh.
It is a hologram of a bucket,
Okay.
not an actual
Alright.
bucket.
Oh,
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair
that's
enough.
really true.
All right.
Better luck next time.
Give me
You
round
got
two.
this. I believe in
Item
you.
2. Is this a bucket?
That. Yes. That's a bucket.
Incorrect. It is a 3D
Oh.
printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Damn it.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yeah, obviously that's definitely a bucket.
Correct.
Nice.
This is a bucket.
I mean, I'm fucking right every time, baby. Nathaniel Bandy.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Oh, yeah, clearly.
Are you hallucinating?
No, it's a
An
bucket.
enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the
Guys, I'm not crazy, right? That's a bucket?
I'm pretty
That's
sure
a
it
bucket.
is.
Like, what the hell is this guy on?
Is this a bucket?
He tried to fool me with the last one. I'm not falling for it again. Yeah! Let's go! I knew it.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yeah, clearly.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Wait, well, hold up.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one.
Yes.
Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes. It's a bucket.
Okay, you and I both know
It's a
there
bucket.
isn't anything here.
There's a bucket right
And I
there.
don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm
It's
too
like a game
confused
show.
to even sort it out.
I guess it kind of
I've
is.
lost all
It's
sense
the
of
lock-in
perspective.
sound effect.
What
It's really
is a
giving
bucket? What
like
isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions. with
Price is right,
confidence.
or something? No, not Price is
no,
right.
not prices.
Yeah,
Right.
I know.
The
yeah.
one with the
Do any
briefcase
of
is
us
Deal or
know
No
Yeah,
Deal.
Deal or No
bucket
Deal.
is? Am I
The orchestra
Yes.
hit.
Yes.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with.
Oh, I can click the skip button.
I'm
We can
afraid
fix
the
that.
bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
How did you feel about the
I'm going
skip
to
button?
erase
I felt really
all
bad.
notes from the game
You
entirely.
did?
Yeah.
Okay.
I truly listened to him as long as I could, but he got so fucking annoying.
That doesn't sound like you feel bad
What
at all.
happened? Is everything gone?
Everything's a
Why
bucket.
did everything disappear?
We're all a bucket.
Was everything a bucket?
Yeah.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I had no idea.
I'm playing this on a bucket.
How could
I'm a bucket.
except me? I'm not a bucket after all.
Oh?
And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease
Hooray.
right now.
Yay.
We're
It's
not
still
buckets.
delightful to get some clarity on that issue.
I'm
But
Jim,
it doesn't change
and I'm
the
not
fact
real.
that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll
Do
reset
you know what that
everything,
is?
and we'll put
Never
back
mind.
all of the buckets,
Hmm?
okay? And
That's
we'll
fine.
know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right.
That's
Here
true.
we go.
This is our burden to bear. The end is never a bucket.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
What did you say, Hamster, earlier?
Everyone is so lucky.
He said,
to have a
"Hooray,
bucket,
we're not
but
buckets."
Stanley
Oh,
is a
yeah.
very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement
I
is
thought it'd
worth?
be different
No,
with the
no,
bucket.
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
Ah, fuck you
Now
and your
suppose
5 clicks.
You were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
No.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
It's a joke.
But Stanley chose
I
not
know
to think
because he
about
put
this
his arm up
obvious fact.
to the 15
He was
degrees.
firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Oh, I remember this ending.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
Oh?
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press K to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press H to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Oh, it's my bucket. It's my friend.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it
Where's
will
my
ever
bucket?
truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it.
You can
It
also
doesn't
transfer
do anything
solids.
else.
There it is. There's my bucket. Loud man. What loud man?
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Bucket. Wait. This is becoming dark. This is an abusive relationship.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Mine.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press B to go to home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with
Oh
the
no,
bucket?
I'm having
Hear what
feelings.
the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing.
No!
The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
My bucket. You can't have him.
Stanley,
Bucket
give me
stealing
the
whore.
bucket.
Shut up!
Give me the bucket.
Shut up!
I need it. Give it to me now.
He's mine!
Oh my god. Go back to work, Stanley.
That was awesome.
Was that an ending?
Yeah.
That was a whole ass ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided
That
to
was
go to the
that was
meeting room,
fucking
perhaps
dark.
to
I love that
receive a
one.
memo. It takes a lot of
Both of the
thinking
apartment
to
endings are pretty
say
dark,
like
but that
wasn't.
one was great.
Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, what are we missing? Somewhere both red and blue. Okay, I thought that one would be in the Minecraft area, but we can't actually get there. So there's got to be another red and blue area.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom
That's valid.
closet, simply because I have no remaining stick. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
What is red and blue? I really thought it was the doors, but it's not.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Stanley's not a bucket. It's true, he's not. I am.
The monitors
I'm
jumped
Jim.
to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Are you trying to fall off?
No!
Yeah.
He screamed
You
into the
can.
bucket.
Wait, really?
Accepted.
Yeah.
His own
From
life
where?
in someone else's control. Never.
You can, at
He
like the
squeezed
start of the
bucket
room, you can
tighter.
get on the chair.
His one friend.
Oh,
remained
shit,
far
okay.
behind. At
Good
this
to know.
point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Who's Technovoid? I'm Jim.
People
Here
do
was
keep
the
mentioning
proof.
Technovoid, and I don't really know
I
what
don't
that's
know who
about.
that is. My name is Jim.
Controls labeled with emotions.
Is it
happy
one of those
or
new
sad
memes like
or
Skibbity Toilet?
content.
Oh,
Walking,
maybe. What's
eating,
Skibbity
working,
Toilet? I've only heard of
all it
Skibbity
monitored
Bucket.
and commanded from this very place.
Skibbity Buck? Oh
As
yeah,
the
sorry.
reality of his past began to sink in.
A toilet's one
Stanley
of those things that
decided
some
this
people think isn't a
machinery
bucket,
would-
but they're not thinking about buckets enough.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live
I
once
wanna-
they stepped through this massive door.
I want to
The
change my
bucket
name
wanted
from
to learn
Jim.
to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
That's
Both
so
of them
cool.
wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse.
Yo,
True,
that's a
it was
great
simple
idea.
life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together. With one
We should all
another
do
to
that
lean on,
with our
to trust,
buckets.
to support, and
Pin it down.
No!
What? Wait.
No, no,
What was
no.
happening?
I need to go sneeze in every
Why had
country
the
on
door
Earth.
stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
Hold on, I can fix this.
An unbearable silence.
No, no, I
filled
can
the
fix
room,
this.
lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Oh, that's fucked up. No!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with
It's just
me,
like having your head in a
I'll be
bucket.
okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out. Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this... Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compact. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication...
I don't remember if there's any other codes you can put in there.
Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket
I remember.
all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Get bucket guided, bro.
Yeah, dude. My bucket knows what's good for me.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
You can like wiggle onto the chair somehow.
That chair?
I think so. It might be a different chair.
Oh.
Oh. Okay. I guess it's very easy.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket.
Nice!
Which cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed.
Nice!
It really wasn't so bad down here. A bit cold, perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well.
We're gonna
And
have a
sort of
life
kitchen
for
that
ourselves down
was
here, and it'll be
useful
so much
for
less
when the bucket
toxic
was
than the
full
other
of
one.
convenience. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he
No,
was
it's okay.
dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed.
No, it's
Stanley
okay.
became
No, it's
withdrawn
alright. No, no, no,
and
no.
neglected
Don't take
his
this away from me. Don't rip this away from me.
It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says.
No.
I need to see the true ending.
No.
This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long
Just
time.
fun fact, I guess.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
This wasn't in the original game. You would just fall down there and soft lock.
Nice.
So they added an ending for it.
Is there a different one if you don't have the bucket?
And Stanley decided that as soon as he
You
saw
probably
the
just
police
die
officer,
because he says the
he would
bucket
never
cushioned
do
my
it
fall.
again in his life.
You can try it.
I could.
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Okay, let's see what's left.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. and entered the door on his
Okay.
left.
I have no idea. I don't remember how to activate spaceship ending.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs.
Where you
to
like
the
go
boss's
back to your
office.
office and it's like a bunch of staircases.
I think I know how to do that.
I don't remember that one. It's like you like come up here and then you go back, I think.
I think it's you go through that door and then while it's closing,
Yeah, you're right.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
So you didn't get the 3 thing. Have you not seen the ending with the 3?
Well, I don't remember exactly.
Oh,
but...
when you're down here, you can press to go back
Okay.
up, and then you can
Okay,
just
it's
keep
that
doing
one,
that.
yeah.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
You're real?
Real. I'm so excited.
The door behind them was not
Love
shut.
meeting a violent death.
Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Hell yeah.
I love a very painful death for each of them.
It's my favorite. Infinite hole?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
Nah, it's fine.
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Bye-bye. I'm sure it's fine.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator.
Hey,
as
you're
Stanley
back.
and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Destroyer.
Hey, where's the
It
2?
was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
This is the Stanley Parable 2. I can't even get their name right. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void, but through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the real world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness? Oh, there's a chair. That's cool.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25, but that's more than 25 buckets, guys. A photograph of 25 buckets. The greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. A bucket with 2 handles? This bucket's depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Inferno bucket, a replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, one simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket.
I just want to know, like, who was like, all right, what do we base the entire sequel on?
Bucket.
A bucket? All right,
Let's
we
do
can
it.
do that.
Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical use of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity worthy of its treasures. The stress analogy. The stress bucket analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Rest and relaxation. Doing something you enjoy. Stress bucket. Presented without commentary. I'm gonna start using that in my life. You should screenshot that and send it to some people I know.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
A hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Infinite hole? No. I was really hoping.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Maybe.
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world.
This is such a good reversal of the original.
Die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
That is such a good reversal of the original ending.
It's pretty funny.
That's funny as hell.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is there a way to get the new content ending
When
again?
Stanley came to a set of two
I have
open
no
doors,
idea how to
he
do
entered the
that.
door on his left.
I still haven't found the red and blue. Ooh, maybe I go there without the bucket. Maybe that's how I access it.
Go where?
Well, because I need to get to the red and blue doors, I
Coming
think, for
through
the last
staircase,
Stan
Stanley
Figlarine.
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And I can't get there if I have the bucket on me, because there's no buckets past that point.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming
I
new
forgot
age
this
music.
bit.
Yeah, you ruined it.
Huh?
You ruined it.
How did I ruin it?
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the open
you rushed him.
No, the new age music is good.
A shark.
Cabellia, you are beyond the pale for even suggesting that those were not all buckets. I'm disappointed.
I get it.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated.
Good, I'm glad
It's
to
that
have helped.
keen eye for storytelling
See,
that you have.
this
An
is the
incisive,
relationship
rapid-fire
between a
critical
player and a
thought
GM,
process,
Mr.
one after the
Narrator.
other,
We both
weaving a
contribute
rich
it.
tapestry of uncompromising narrative.
You come up with all the cool story stuff, and I don't
Closer
listen to
the
you.
edge of my seat.
Oh.
What was that?
Exactly.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
I'm kind of a master of comedic timing. I learned from the best.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
We try that. Oh!
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
It's the boss's office.
I have no idea if this ending was in the original game.
No, it's not, because you can't take the elevator back up.
Time out here for a
You
minute while
can't?
I
No, the elevator breaks. That Xenon's familiar.
It is.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process. All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Alright, so here's what's gonna happen. Gonna go down an elevator. Gonna look at that. It's not a bucket. I mean, it's kind of a bucket, but it's not the bucket, you know, so. It's not the reassurance
Of
bucket.
course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it?
A master at work.
It's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no
I'm a visionary.
reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
there's nothing repetitive about what I'm doing. This is all entirely new.
You know what? I've just thought of something.
This game is made for people with fucking type 1 autism or whatever.
Patience, Stanley. You and we have no way of...
I don't know. It's just, it's like being
Yeah,
autistic, but also having type A personality or whatever. Just like needing to do everything, but also being super autistic.
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Oh, hell yeah.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting?
Like I said, it's a give and take.
The only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung
That's what
right in their
FNAF is all
faces
about.
from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal?
He gets it.
This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley.
You came to the right place.
I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you.
Yes, I'm very tall.
Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning.
I'm willing to do it
really
for the
look up
fans.
to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the
I do. They give me their Twitch Prime subs like every other month when they remember.
Better. Oh, good, we're here.
So true.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Still love that.
Still love what?
The posters. Okay, world's helpless human being, Ultrix revealed how we did it, the pyramids.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling, and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
That means a lot.
Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Surely you wouldn't turn this all around on me by having nobody show up to my press conference, would you? That'd be really mean of you. I don't know if we could be friends after that. Let's go! Hell yes. This is me accepting my Nobel Prize speech after I finish Peripheral.
And just like that, the good ending.
Beautiful.
All of his
There was no sinister undertone.
What could it mean?
To that.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed the
There
memo.
wasn't.
When Stanley came to a set of two
Stanley was
open
happy.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
And you took that from him.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some...
Oh, I don't even have to do it.
Hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
I was really hoping to listen to the new age music again, but I'll take this. Man, I can't believe I skipped this for a year thinking it was just a port to consoles.
Oh.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the
I guess I could have
door
told you
that read
earlier.
Mind
Well, I mean, you didn't know that I cared so much.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates.
It does.
Isn't that what you crave?
Yes.
New content?
Jump circle.
Always more content, more content, more.
He gets it.
And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this session.
Give it to me.
You won't hear it anywhere else in the game.
Give it to me.
It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
It's a good name.
Good job, you did it. Good job.
Why is this bad?
Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier. Chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
That's beautiful.
There you go.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, Cabelliot, like, cause I knew it had some new stuff, but I was like, the thing is, I didn't want to like stream it because I was like, I don't just want to replay the game again because none of my reactions will be genuine because I've already played the game. But apparently, there's a bunch of fucking new stuff.
I was mistaken.
Okay, I'm gonna try going to red and blue doors to see if I can find last Stan Figlarine.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
I can't think of two. Okay, so I still have to do with the. I still have to do bucket version of the spaceship ending.
By the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
I don't know if that's you or not, but I've never heard that line in the original.
It was okay.
Why is that so funny to me?
But eager to get back to business,
it was okay of just like going to the employee lounge and just being it was okay. I don't remember that being in the original.
It's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you...
What? Really?
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yes.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Prove
We
that I'm
found
on your
it.
side. And there it is. The last Stiggly
The
Wiggly.
final Stiggly
See
Wiggly.
this moment, Stanley? This
Nothing
is a
bad will
real
happen.
accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it.
That's what I'm all
Where
about.
so many
That and
people
stealing
expect to be
from
rewarded
charity.
For the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that.
Valid.
So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here.
We're all done here.
And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Are you happy about this?
Hell yeah.
Jen,
Now I
sorry.
can go just put fucking $600,000 in charity. Or have other people do it for me.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Alright, that's enough happiness for me, I think.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Alright, you know what? Fair enough.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
You guys bored of this shit yet?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go kill myself now. You should kill yourself now.
No. What
You
do we
can't
talk
say that
about?
as a
You're
joke
risking
on Twitch
everything we
anymore.
Oh,
achieved
really?
here.
Yeah, they'll ban you.
Oh no.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you?
He's got a good point. I might die, and Twitch will ban me for that.
I think dying on stream is against TOS.
Probably.
You are going to stay here, aren't you?
Yeah, of course. I would never want to die on stream. Although, you know what Aaron Hansen said? He said he was going to monetize his own death. So maybe I could do that. Let's try that.
Okay.
Did you know he said that?
No. Why would he say that?
I don't know. So this player's getting banned from Twitch. It's not their fault that trans people explode anytime they touch
Stanley,
anything.
Think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving. Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this. No. No, no. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Alright, fine. I'm not sure when he stops having lines for that.
Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that? Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you? No, perhaps not. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask.
He's so sad.
It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
This is like top 3 saddest endings for me.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
I don't know, man. He's making himself the victim when someone else is killing himself in front of him. That's pretty messed up.
That is actually very messed up.
He doesn't have a choice. He's
Stanley, I'm sorry,
what?
but I have to put a pause on things.
Oh.
It's those figurines.
Oh shit.
Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
Yes.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Yes.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story.
No, that was
But
better.
would you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
When Stanley found the collectibles.
Hooray, back to the memory zone. Everyone's favorite part of the whole game.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find.
We knew exactly how many. It said
Right there on the
6.
screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
This still goes so hard. Is this number 7?
What?
And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Eight.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found.
Ah, shit.
Not the 3rd.
Shit.
Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If under the stairs feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
So I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I was thinking the one under the stairs was the 4th one I found, but I didn't remember collecting one in the place that was on the left, so I assumed that this was the 3rd one and that was a trick choice.
9 out of 6.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
It's so true. Oh, okay, no, I do remember the boss's office one now.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
This is so good. Oh.
There's probably a whole generation of people that
who don't get
saw
this joke
and don't understand what this means.
They don't get this. Oh my god, this is a fucking blast of the past.
Is it bad for me to say that I don't get this?
Oh my god.
What is this?
I mean, it's
This is what every old YouTube.
This is just this is just.
Well, okay, well, I got that. I knew that that's what an old YouTube video looked like. Was there anything else to the joke?
Not really.
Okay. I
It's
thought
just
maybe like the music and the camera angles was doing something.
I mean, it was. It's very reminiscent.
The font and the blue screens is very familiar.
Hey, so there's no railing here.
I think there's an invis wall, but I'm not sure.
Oh, there is? Yeah? Okay. I was thinking with the Stanley Parable, anything can happen.
Anything can happen in a roll hack.
In a roll hack.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was.
Look, I'm still not over that video.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment.
Oh, hey, it's the fern. I have this memorized. I've had it memorized for like 10 years.
Yeah.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines?
I was
Go
fooled.
backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Let's do the time warp again.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
I was surprised nothing happened when I picked up 12, and now I see why.
And here's where I made that video.
Yes, can we watch it again?
Video we watched.
Yes!
It's faster.
That's so good!
I love that video.
I'm dunny with the funny.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Pretty solid room.
I don't remember the pink
These
room
really
either.
were a treat to
Me
hunt
neither.
down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting.
Agreed.
I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Aw. I thought I'd try.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
What an unbelievably true statement.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Oh.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we...
I still have
were
0
avoiding
jumps,
so
damn!
long. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
Yeah, jump circle's
Look how
awesome.
fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
I want more jumps.
I
Oh,
want food.
yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
I ate dinner.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate,
Bro,
I was
lore?
skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness.
Matthew Pathu?
And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it.
Nah, we tried that with the skip button.
I'll
It didn't
take
work
care
great,
of
man.
myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Alright, this is our final run, ladies and gentlemen.
All of his co-workers were gone. What, is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping in...
Got him, ladies and gentlemen.
Money in the morning, money in the evening, money, money, money.
It's such a weird ending in the original. I wonder what it's going to be like with the bucket. Is it different at all?
I don't remember.
Oh!
Might not.
New content is back!
New content.
I can't go to the new content.
Nope.
It is the same. That's interesting.
What?
That they didn't change this one at all. This one was always such a weird one to me. I never really understood what it was supposed to be.
It's just here.
Stanley escaping the clutches of the narrator. What the fuck? If you love something, set it free. Never mind. Absolutely worth. Oh man. What's left to do?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Oh, it's
memo.
gone. I let it escape.
Well, yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Now it's my turn.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What?
That's the doors aren't supposed to stay open.
Well, I think that just means you didn't trigger it.
Didn't trigger what? Oh.
I think if the doors are still open, you just didn't go far enough in to trigger it.
Here's the door.
Fuck? Wait, what happened to the door? What's going on?
It unloaded.
I need to join my bucket.
You know what would make this game really good?
What?
If they just threw in a jump scare here.
I would say I think Stanley Parable needs at least one jump scare. I understand it can't have a million. One would be really, really good.
Are you referencing?
Like, it's not a horror game.
Dude, are you referencing Dreamcore?
Yeah, I'm making the dumb joke.
Yeah, okay. That's what I figured.
What
Links
happens in
for
Dreamcore?
context.
Oh, the elevator jump scare?
Elevator?
Wait, no, that's not the one you're talking
I
about.
played a demo of a game called Dreamcore that was like basically liminal horror, and it was very,
Which was
very
good,
It
to
was
be
like,
clear.
yeah, it was like extremely good the
I
whole
think I
way
watched
through.
the VOD of this one. It was
Okay.
like at the end of like the 50-minute game. Like, it wasn't a long game.
Yeah, it's just a one random fucking jump scare at the very end, and it's just like, well, okay, but why? What? This didn't add anything. I felt like it had detracted from the experience. So I was just like, okay, so okay, it's just, yeah, there's something here, cool. Which is not what I enjoy. Obviously, in the campaign, there need to be other entities, otherwise it'd be a really fucking boring game. But in actual liminal stuff, I don't enjoy that stuff. Man, Vlinks, remember when I was first selling you on this before EGA, and you're just like, huh, you're just gonna have us be looking at stuff, huh?
I didn't say that.
You didn't?
I'm
mean, you were
almost certain I was like, I like the idea.
I mean, I remember you being concerned, you saying like, well, maybe we should run a more normal one first if you're just gonna be like very strange and like not gonna. I remember you saying something about like you feeling like there wouldn't be much normal content, and then it just was.
I was worried it would be over ambitious. You had already come up with a cool homebrew mechanic, and I was like,
Yeah.
okay, this is cool. I want to run the game as vanilla as possible first.
Yeah.
I remember.
And then it turned out great.
That's the whole ending?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
The bucket's back.
Perhaps
Replacement
he simply
bucket. Let's go.
Uh,
What is left for me to do? I'm trying to think what other endings there are, because like obviously there's all the regular endings from the regular game. But I've done all those, so I'm trying to think if
And
there's
try
any.
not to lose this one too, you dog.
Thanks.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly.
Alright, so let's see. On the left we've got mind control, normal ending, museum. We have the new one. Is there anything else off on the left? On the right we've got comedic.
what?
We got comedic timing, phone, Minecraft. Minecraft, both of them get put into one. Kill yourself, confusion. I can't think of any other endings.
This was not the correct.
I think we might be done.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
It's just okay.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Can't think of anything else, can you?
I'm not an expert on this game.
Because that just turned into one ending. That's still two, but we did both of them.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I think that might be it. I can't think of anything else. Didn't explore this place particularly thoroughly last time, but probably nothing here. We might be done. We might be done.
I'm done.
You're done?
Sure.
Consignment to misery. We went downstairs. We went upstairs. Confusion is a lot shorter. We'd never figure out how to put the bucket in the thing, so I'm guessing there's no way to do that.
Bucket in what thing?
The bucket destroyer.
Oh, yeah.
$42, brother? Where?
42?
Oh, well, includes shit like broom closet. Broom closet, countdown, freedom, heaven, what? Oh, I don't remember this one. Mariella, escape pod, museum, apartment, art, cold feet, confusion. Done that one. Done that one. Done that one. I think we might be done, yeah.
Ooh.
Dig it. Like, I think there's a few things potentially, but...
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever.
Unbreakable.
I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
Bro,
Eventually,
stories always
someday,
go
they
like
would arrive.
minutes, hours,
Soon,
days
very
had
soon now,
passed.
this will end.
I'm like, bro, I
He
go
will be
crazy when it's
spoken
been
to.
like
He
4
will be
minutes.
told what to do.
Not true.
Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer.
Oh, wait, hold
Here
on.
it comes.
There is one other one that I could do. I never did the one near the Stanley without the bucket. I only did it with the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Lose the
Stanley
replacement
decided to go to
bucket?
the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
I could.
misremembered.
Yeah, you could do that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was
I get the feeling it would be the same.
meeting room, and Stanley knew it
Probably.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to
I
the
hope
beach,
it was
Stanley
okay
took
as like a
first
1 in
to
100
the
chance.
What? I tuned out from the
Stanley was
discussion
so
for a
bad at
second.
following directions, it's incredible he wasn't
Every
following
time you go to the employee lounge, like the narrator's always like, the employee lounge, it is truly great or whatever. But like, I don't remember ever hearing this in the original. But sometimes I walk through it in this version. He's just like, it was okay. Just like no bumper circumstances about it at all.
It was okay.
It was okay.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory.
Damn, okay.
Each and every time you watch a movie
Like,
where
yeah,
it turns out
it's
all
actually
to
pretty
be in
cool.
the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and
Hey,
intricate
man.
storytelling. It must be
Stop
so
calling out the
simple
big
to
reveal.
you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
That's it.
Okay.
The
Nice.
meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Want to do this one
Get
again?
well someday. You don't have the bucket though.
Yeah. Well, I did the bucket one
At
today.
first,
It's been a
Stanley
while
assumed he'd
that I
broken the
remembered.
map,
I haven't
until he
done
heard
this in a while.
narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Cheers. Alright, let me try this one. I don't remember this one at all.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Awaiting input. Oh, okay, yeah, I remember this one. Okay.
I can't
The
wait to tell
sequel
this
is now
story to my
paused.
co-workers, Stanley thought.
Hmm?
How amusing
The
they'll
sequel
find
is
it.
now
Oh,
paused.
won't we all just laugh
True.
and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Weather.
Push the buttons.
I'm not familiar with this one.
Well, now you are. Yeah, that might be it. This might be new, but this says this exists, so I'll try this.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Then you have to do them with the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set
maybe,
of 2 open
if it's
doors,
different.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Damn, he just says that every time now. That's so
But
sad.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
This game is very Stanley Parable, played by me, Jim. The bucket.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it. Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
It's hilarious. He's malicious.
He's sick of my shit.
And Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, as Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure
That does seem familiar. That ending does feel familiar, so I think that was base game. So maybe there's a bucket version.
The bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Maybe the bucket will
Stanley
cushion my
took the door on
fall.
his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Well, from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back, but that's okay. You've got a bucket. Did you know that buckets are routinely used as cushioning devices?
Oh, no.
It's true. You can fall on a bucket from literally any height and survive.
Oh.
True.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong.
Yeah.
How clumsy of me.
It worked in the other room. Alright. I think it's gonna be it. It needs to have water. It didn't have water when we did it last time. It's okay. Alright, well, this is, 1 second. This is JIM. I'm gonna say I'm signing off, and then I'm gonna sign my name in midair, and that's when you laugh. JIM. So this has been, Jim signing off. And I'm Dunny with the funny.